Alright, that's enough prep time. I think we're good. Ah, sick. It's actually working. I'm amazed. Okay. Welcome back to another thrilling installment of Mecha Mondays. I am your intrepid pilot, Fragath, and today the emphasis is on pilot. I will refrain from making Robotech references. But this is a Macross title, the property upon which Robotech is based, / steals from, / is licensed material, has licensed material from. We're not going to get into the Harmony Gold discussion today, because we don't have the energy. We never have the energy. We will never have the energy. Playtime of game, 43 minutes. Okay, that's fascinating. So... this game has like a mountain of licensed material. So... I'm gonna have to remind myself to keep a close eye on my YouTube and I guess Facebook streams, because if anything is gonna get dinged, it's gonna be them, and that is not ideal. Okay, so we're basically taking this from the top. This is Macross Ultimate Frontier. If you read the stream description, I have a bunch of text vomit there, textual diarrhea on that and some of the other games in the series. You can make your characters very old indeed, and because they could be of Zentradi or Meltrandi descent, those are aliens in the verse, that doesn't matter. However, the older they are, the slower they gain stats, and that's bad. We want them to gain stats very quickly indeed. So we're going to make them young. Like they just stepped out of the cloning tube. Let's see here. I don't think any of them will have particularly affected SP stats. It's been a while since I played one of these games, unfortunately, so I'm having to look at a translation guide on the way. Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong stats. Here we go. Alright, concentration I don't really care about. I very much care about fire, which is the second stat down, because that boosts your range damage. I care most of all about concentration, or arousal, or spiritia. I will say the SP stat, because I'm not going to say arousal every time. We want them to be very aroused, but not like that. That would be gross. That stat controls how quickly we gain our SP gauge, and that is, like, for me and my playstyle, absolutely number one. You can usually tell which one of these prefabbed pilots has some Zentradi in their background, or Meltrandi, by how high their third stat down is, which is their melee damage, because Zentradi are 50-foot alien warriors that cause problems for everybody from time to time. Made famous by the Yak de Karacha thing that they shout every time somebody sings at them. There's a reason for that, but I'm not going to get into all the deepest lore of Macross at the moment, because that's not what this is about. So none of their fight stats are going up, but there's a bunch of variants in their first stat, which is machine HP, and we do want that to be up there. What is that third one up? Is that defense? Yes. No, that's movement rate. Movement rate is good too. Defense is the stat that I always have to grind really, really hard towards the end of the game after I've completed a lot of it. Because you basically have to deliberately take hits and guard them, block them. And I'm not down for that right now. That takes time. I might do that on a mission when I've got like kitted out mechs and I can let my ally take care of most of it. But otherwise, I'm not going to probably bother. I'm probably going to be... Let me check stats real quick. She goes in for... mostly concentration and a bit of movement rate. I think we can work with that. Alright. So making them older boosts certain stats. Like you get a really nice stat line around age 30 or so. But your stats don't go up especially quickly, unfortunately, but at very low ages. But you can see how they change. Like the older you get, the more shooty they get until that bottoms out. And their SP gauge goes way up, and everything else is bottomed out. Ordinarily, I'd be all about that. But we want to gain stats more quickly, so... all these stats cap out at 99. You'll never get that from initial starting rolls. That's just not how it works. For name, we'll go with... oh, I should also note that I am cheating. And playing this on an emulator. Because my PSP decided not to start today, and I'm a little afraid. I think I know what the problem is. I think it's just the battery, but I couldn't go and find where my other one was because it was sort of short notice. I almost called off the stream as a result, but I know my adoring fans needed it. I don't remember how to... There we go. So the music playing in the background is from Macross 7, and that's what I'm worried about for censoring, because it's like, these people are very protective of their IPs, okay? And oh, that's a voice sample. That's the voice you're going to be hearing a lot. The one I'm going to be hearing more is my co-pilot's voice. Come on now, stop. There we go. God! Gosh darn it. Okay, there we go. I keep pressing the wrong button because I'm a smart... I have a Giga brain. Just skimming some stats here. I might wind up making my backup person... No, they're not age 18. Get out. It's not that we like them young, it's that we're going for a direct statistical improvement. They literally just came out of the tube, and they're going to learn the way of combat very early, at a very, very young age. We're not doing this for waifu purposes. We do not care about such petty concerns as waifus. We care about shooting things to death in fighter jets. That's what we care about. Yeah. We'll have the short-haired one, sure. And of course, they just ignored my name choice, because they would. So let's re-input that. They have actual official names, but I'm gonna put in my own name, because I did it for... I should really look up what the default names are, because I don't remember now. No. Yes. This way I'll know when they're being referred to, and I'll recognize them. Recognize them anyway, that doesn't matter, but I'm doing it. But they've got their own, because they're all like OG characters for this game and the previous game. There we go. She is my traditional name for her, I think. So I started fresh files on this on an emulator, which was what I was going to do anyway. I was always going to start fresh files. That was always the intention, so that's not a big deal. And you also are a test tube creature. Alright, literally just got born. So you too are at very, very young age. You can have some goofy name, like. There we go. Jenkins Z. So we've got our crew. They are... I think support can be a backup pilot, but I don't remember now. Oh no, this is the... Yeah. We're good. We're good. I'll know more about what's going on, because the last Macross game I played was Delta Scramble, and everything's different there. Here we go. Operators. Very good. That's what I was looking for. So we have a choice between Glasses Girl, purple hair protagonist person, Literal Who NPC, and Ara, the dignified one. I don't know. There's no random. Oh, and Sausage McMahonface, as well as Misa Hayes from Misa Hayase, sorry, as opposed to Lisa Hayes from Robotech. Lisa Hayes from Robotech. Ultimately, if we were going for full completion, we would be cycling through operators like crazy, because that's how it is. Well, we've got an all-girl team, so we're gonna go with Manly McGlasses Face here. I don't think I can change his name. I hit the wrong button. It's Japanese games. Fragath, you know this. You've played them before. There we go. You can't change his name. Free Flight is for the real masochists, because this is on a PSP, and the analog stick is, what's a nice way to put this? Questionable. So we're going normal flight, because then the game's playable. Don't get me wrong, Free Flight is super cool. It's really neat. We're gonna take the timeline from the top. I'm not going in reverse because that will suck. Going from the top means you do the tech progression. You go all the way from Macross 0, which was that... I'm about to talk like everybody's actually seen any of these and knows anything about what I'm talking about, because it's going to save time. We're going to start with Macross 0, which is that 3D CGI... I'd call it an OVA series. It's only a couple episodes long. That's sort of a prequel to the original, with events that absolutely no one ever talks about in the original Super Dimension Fortress Macross. So I have problems with it. The action sequences are absolutely top-notch. They're gorgeous. They're really some of the best mecha anime CGI I have ever seen to date. And it's a big one. It's just kind of there. It doesn't belong. So you can go all the way from that time period all the way to Frontier. It does not include the Frontier movies. There is some of that in the next game in the series, which I like a lot less, called Triangle Frontier, which I did not like very much, because it does away with all the character progression and replaces it with a visual novel sim date thing in order to actually improve your characters, and it doesn't actually change much. So you'll never have like those ludicrously stacked to the nines custom characters. In other words, Maximilian Genius will always be the best character in the game. He's that way anyway, but he'll be that way even more. So we go all the way through from Macross 0 to Super Dimension Fortress Macross, Macross Do You Remember Love, which is the I think now it's regarded as the docudrama version of the original. Where it sits in canon is kind of up and down. It sort of depends. But if you've seen anything that was Macross, or if you have to watch one thing that's based off of the original Super Dimension Fortress Macross that isn't the original series itself with all its pitfalls and budgetary issues, Do You Remember Love is top notch, and I recommend it. Then Macross Plus, then Macross 7, then Macross 7 Dynamite, or Dynamite 7, whatever it is, which is kind of the OVA follow-up stuff to Macross 7, and then Frontier, which is Macross Frontier. You'll not see any Delta in this, so this was made, Christ, almost a full decade before Delta was a thing. Half a decade at least. But we're going to start with 0, and I will warn you, I am probably going to die a lot, because it starts you off with rubbish. Including an actual F-14 Tomcat. I don't know if it's Tomcat. It's an F-14. This is all stuff they're giving me for free. There are also extra missions, which we will endeavor to do. Sure, that's stuff. Yep, I'll bet. Sure, okay, let's... This is all, you know... I think all of this happens after the... so the events of Macross 0, if memory serves... What is that? Everything... it's all taking place shortly after the Macross, the ship that will be known as the Macross after humanity refurbishes it, crash lands in the Pacific Ocean, or on an island in the Pacific, which winds up, I think, being a Meltrandi, and the Meltrandis are the female Zentradi. I think it winds up being a Meltrandi, like attack picket or something. Setting that aside, I don't remember actually my Macross lore right now, but it doesn't matter. Okay, I remember what support is now. Support is the character, your co-pilot, not your wingman, and I don't remember what practical benefit they give other than to improve their heart rating. It doesn't matter. We should probably do the tutorials, because they give you, like, some free points. But the tutorials suck. We're doing the tutorials. This is gonna take, like, the entire freaking stream. These take forever to get through. They absolutely take forever. But controls are pretty advanced, actually. You can air brake and do dope-ass vector thrusting. I may wind up changing the controls on my controller to do this a little more easily, but none of it's really going to matter. I should skip all this, but then I will have no idea what they want me to do. There'll be at least one of these where if I skip the instructions, I'm gonna miss a button prompt and I'm gonna be, like, completely lost as to what they need me to do. Boosto gauge! Yeah, okay, we are skipping this crap. I don't care. Yeah. After you've heard that song for the 7 billionth time, you'd be sick of it too. Freaking rankily. Maybe not the worst girl, but... So Macross has a lot of division about its idols. This is, for anyone not aware of Macross, this is a series about people who fight aliens in transforming fighter jets. The aliens aren't always in the transforming fighter jets, usually the people are. The humans are. Yes, I know I cleared it. That's because I did. Yes, go, move. And those aliens are typically quite weak, in fact, to the power of music. That's just how it is. In the case of the original Super Dimension Fortress Macross, if memory serves, it's because the Zentradi, who are a warrior race, who clone themselves in order to exist and propagate, had to... I don't remember what this one is. I think it's just move around as a Batroid. Batroid movement is easy. It's like Gundam Battle Universe, and I have streamed that before, so people know what I'm talking about. Oh, there's no combat yet. They're not going to let me do anything. This is a VF-25 with... Oh, this is the sniper guy. Okay. Why he doesn't have Clan Clang talking to him, I will not know. That's his waifu. She is one of the giant 50-foot-tall aliens. But in any case, the 50-foot-tall warrior race of aliens does not know mentally what to do with music and song and emotions in general. And that's like part of the goofy, haha, these guys are like absolute murder machines, and yet if you sing at them funny, they like break down into a weepy ball. Haha, it's so funny. It's culture shock. Literal culture shock. But it's a series basically where the power of music overcomes just about anything, and in fact is weaponized, first on a tactical/strategic scale in the original Super Dimension Fortress Macross, and then we're going to keep skipping these because it's the Gerwalk one. No, it is not transformation yet, so I'm just going to boost forward a lot. It's only going to send me straight up, isn't it? Yes, it is only going to send me straight up. So Gerwalk movement, which is the intermediary transformation mode. In Robotech it was called Guardian, I think. It's been a while, actually, since I watched the original. I'm probably going to have to mute the music because that is going to burn me, I just know it. So like the entire audio of this entire stream is going to be entirely muted because the folks at whatever studio does... Is it Studio Nue still? Who does Macross? I don't know. Somebody will be upset in any case. Because licensing. And it'll be like, oh, you're trying to gain money from having our idols sing. So there's a lot of that. I'm in it for the giant robots, I swear, not the waifus. Some might be in it for the potential waifu factor, but I don't care. Make your giant robots hot. That's what I say. In later Macross installments, though, music is literally weaponized in the sense that you have guns that shoot out little speakers instead of bullets, little speaker pods instead of bullets, and then the person in the cockpit of said speaker pod firing mech starts singing very aggressively and makes people run away. No, I'm not making that up. For the record, I love Macross 7. I adore that show. And it is that I enjoy it thoroughly. A lot of people I've talked to either it seems to be a very much love-hate. You either love the show or you can't stand it. It does have a problem with stock footage, but at least the stock footage is sexy. It is gorgeous. I mean, this is a show that was animated in the golden age of hand-drawn, cell-based animation. So it looks good, is what I'm saying. Okay. So now it's Wombat time. I'm gonna skip all this. They're probably gonna make me kill all these guys. These are the Vajra, the big bads of, I say big bads. It's actually not them, it's someone else who's the big bad, but we're not gonna talk about it. Macross got weird at the end. Macross Frontier got weird at the end. These guys aren't taking any damage, but these are the Vajra. They're bugs. They're space bugs. They like the power of song. Yes, double tap needs to go down. So here we have a shooty gun. You have your main armament, which is always your gun pod, and that will never change. Sometimes it's a beamy gun, sometimes it's a bullety gun. This is a bullety gun. You also have missiles. These are multi-lock missiles. You can hold to lock down a bunch of enemies Or you can do what I'm doing here, which I would wind up doing for specific situations, which is tap firing. You switch weapons with L1 square or L square, and then you have different kinds of missiles. These are non-multi-lock. You only lock onto one enemy with them. You cannot shoot two weapons at once in this game, unfortunately. You can in later titles. I don't remember now if Triangle Frontier let you shoot both at the same time. I know for a fact that Macross 30 does, and Delta Scramble did. Your main weapon is, your gun pod is usually relegated to a sort of backup weapon duty, because typically you're not going to be in a scenario where shooting it is going to be effective. They can be quite damaging. This does have beams. You also have beam weapons. That's a lot of beams, because I've got like 2 beam things on my shoulders, and then like 4 beam shooters on my head. So he's shooting one from the gun too, which I guess is about right, because Macross Frontier is where some of the weaponry starts getting a little goofy. There are a number of other weapons as well as some very interesting things. There's also melee attacks, which it is not giving me access to. Is it giving me access to those? Yes, I do. Charge attacks. SP attacks will, instead of using ammo from your magazine, just do a bunch of extra. Just shoot stronger missiles out, or whatever. Do I have my... No, I do not have my supers. No super attacks, but I do have transformation. Transformation gimmick is key in this game. Most of the time I'm probably going to be alternating between Fighter and Batroid. Batroid... Oh, that's another thing it hasn't shown yet. There's anti-air, anti-missile shooting, which is what I'm doing here, that anti-missile action says in the middle there, which you probably can't read because it's flashing really aggressively. That does like a single point of damage at best to enemies, so it's worthless for that, but it shoots down missiles, which is its main use. And as Batroid, you have a lot of maneuverability to shoot them down. Whereas if you're in Gerwalk, which is this with the legs swung down, you still do it, but like they'll be coming from behind you, and you won't be able to stretch the gun over there unless you're in Batroid, where it'll shoot like behind you. Gerwalk is good if you need to like have a target without jousting them, have a target in a reasonably predictable pattern, and then shoot at them accordingly. You know, like you're a helicopter. There is use for Gerwalk. There are some missions where it is extremely beneficial to use Gerwalk. Particularly if there's one where you have to pick something up, because having to run with it as a Batroid sucks. So it's a nice halfway point, but a lot of the time I'm going to be in fighter jet mode, partly because you get some really nice bonus tracking to your machine gun, and other weapons, as well as maneuverability. You can dodge things very handily, and you can send out flares which will distract missiles. So that's about the key. D-lock. Okay, so holding that will do that. It's not actually what I'm going to do. That'll keep you reorienting. Is there some way we can turn that on? Is that... Yeah, there we go. L and R at the same time. Oh. There we go. So that's most of the movement basics. They're probably going to have me do a melee tutorial next. There are melee combos. They're pretty... Like, if I'm resorting to melee, it's because it's either the super that I have or extremely exceptional. There are not many instances where I want to be doing melee, mostly because you're never going to get it to land. One of those exceptions, though, is, I think it's the VF-27. Wow, they actually pronounced that right. I won't pronounce its name right. Zentradi Mecha names are weird. I love them. I love them dearly. Yeah, this is going to be the melee tutorial, for sure. Stop. Yeah. So you have various melee combos. That was the uppercut, I think. So this is a neutral. It's meaty, too. I don't think there's a side-specific melee combo. Yeah, no. I don't remember if there's a different one for forward. That looks about the same. I don't know what that thing that keeps bouncing off of it. That's like an animation error. If you hold back, you'll like juggle them into the air, which can be good. If you do one boosting, there's usually a different melee combo. And there's always the SP and SP attack melee. Is this? It's not letting me transform. As well as the, and you can change which it's going to be midway through too, which is interesting. Yeah, it's pretty meaty. Most do not have a melee combo that advanced. Most of them are a lot. Actually, is this the one where I get to do supers? No, can I shoot it all? No, I cannot. I like the Quadlin, Rao, Rhea, that line of mechs, because they're very diverse. They've got, or they kind of cover a lot of really good options at once. Unfortunately, Valks will outperform them most of the time. Late stage Valkyries, which is the catch-all term for any of the transforming planes. Is a Valk of some kind, unless they've got a specific name like the Excalibur or the Sturmvogel or the Messiah or the whatever the VF-17 was. Nightmare, I think. VF-17 was Nightmare. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna call them Valks every single time because it's easier. It's my brain. Easier to remember. If it's a plane, it's a Valk. As far as I'm concerned. This is one of the ones that has a beamy gun pod, which I don't... Because I don't know how to aim. Oh, I think this is the instructions to your partner. Yes, this is important. Okay, so they're telling me hit select to go to... So I want them to grapple them. Go punch it. Punch it. Or don't, that's fine. Ute, indeed. So you can also, the most important thing about the pilot instruction option is telling them to do super attacks. You're going to do that a lot. If you look at the lower left-hand side of the screen, and you see the HP and SP, which is that big green bar, and then the orangey red one right below it. And if you look just above that, it says PT for partner. That's got a green and a orangey red bar. Their orangey red bar is a thing we're going to keep very close eye on. Because anytime it is yellow, fully yellow, or red, we are telling them to do a super attack. Because they're invincible while doing it, so I don't have to heal them. And they're probably doing big dick damage. That's important. Aura, 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 aura. There's also us doing it as a team. You can't see them, but they're swinging in to do it, and we're going to be using the hell out of that. So the reason that's going to be key strategy number 1 for me is because it's not spending their super gauge, it's only spending mine. But they're performing one as well, free. So we're going to basically be using that. If I'm out of SP, they're going to be having to do it on their own. It does not work the other way, unfortunately, but them's the breaks. Might be able to see the other there. You can sort of see their body moving in there as they flew past. The way the reticle is glowing bright white there is them being is the enemy being invincible in a get-up animation. Because this game has some PvP and it had to be balanced somehow, right? Well, balance is all fine and dandy right up until you have somebody playing as the actual Super Dimension Fortress Macross, which is in fact a thing. Oh yeah, here we've got some of the really big missiles. Those are ones of less. I don't care about those. I care about these. Boom! You can't see how much damage it's doing. It's okay. It's a good amount of my attack range. That's nice. Okay, so we're gonna get out of here. No. Here we go. Yes, sir. The exit point, I think, is over here. I don't think this game has... No, this does have splitting mission routes. I take it back. Like the Gundam Battle universe that I streamed last year. Except you don't have multiple different factions. You do technically, but it's all separated off. It all merges together, rather. It's not like you need a separate save file or anything, which is nice. This is probably teaching you about using singing abilities, at a guess, which are relevant. Or is it telling me about guarding? I don't know. It's a stealth unit. You don't have many of those. You have, like, none of those. There's, like, the VF-17s, and that's it. Okay, yeah. Pretty sure this is for... Yeah. Yeah. That happened. That will heal me. That will do other things as well. Do I not have that? Oh, this is... super mode on this one is one where melee is actually worthwhile because it's a huge speed boost. It's like Meepy mode in for the F91. It's pretty ludicrous. Oh yeah, and you have these multi-locks, which are a single missile that shoots out a bunch of sub-missiles, which is dope. I'm a sucker for such things. So yeah, you can equip certain... So as you can see, I'm moving rather quickly now. This is nowhere near the fastest you can move, but it's pretty quick. Using this thing that gives me after images is in fact going to wind up being the fastest way you can move. And some of the maps are big, but at maxed speed stats for both your pilot and for your mech, you are going to cover that in nothing flat. One of the big changes this game has over Ace Frontier, and that Ace Frontier ultimately has over Battle Universe, which is the last Gundam game that came out, I think, before either of these. I actually have to check. I want to say Macross Ace Frontier was before Gundam Battle Universe, but I might be remembering wrong. In any case, by the same studio. I don't know what this one is. Not quite how you pronounce Kurdig, but alright. Koenig. Well, This one might be the one where you need... Oh, no, this is the pick things up. Okay. This one blows. Okay, where do you want them? You want them there. Okay. There's gonna be a limited number of missions where I have to actually do this. Oh, actually, I'll put that down. I think I can do that. Oh, I can do... Oh, look at that. See? I don't even have hands as the Koenig monster. Koenig. That's not too far off. As the... Because this is it's like a monster destroid, but it turns into a space shuttle. But I don't even have hands, but it's glued to my guns, so that's good. The hands are on the back. And this one requires you actually deposit them too. Tesuto finishita. Mada indeed. It's like, who needs an A10 Warthog, am I right? When you've got just like all that drive. I'm a fan of the Koenig monster. It's bankers. Bankers. I will be using it a lot when we get to Frontier. I don't know which one this is. And then like the last 2 or 3 are like just free plays, which we can, I think, skip. Oh no, it's just free flight. That's nice. Oh yeah. So yeah, this is real flight. You do not take damage by running into things. I believe Ace Frontier would give you slight grazing damage, but I don't remember. As you can probably guess, this is hard when literally the only control you have is via a 4-button D-pad. Okay, well I can't use a gun. But yeah, Ace Combat. I don't think this has a cockpit view. Basically everything's the same, from what I remember. It's just not letting me shoot. I have weapons. Weapons are locked off. I think this one will ask, do you want to keep that? And I'm gonna say, haha, no! Otherwise, it's basically the same. Like when you're in Gerwalk or whatever. Or Gerwalk or Batroid, it's exactly the same. But when you're in flight mode, it's very, very different. Ooh. Very visceral. I have never tried to play the entire game like this because I think I would die. So yeah, what I'm doing when I'm doing some of these maneuvers is I'm holding triangle, and it's hard to see the reason I'm flipping so quickly. Is because I am in fact using an air brake, which lets you drift a bit. Are we motion sick yet? So yeah, you have to move it like a plane. I don't think it even lets you swing left or right. There might be a button input to do that. If it asks me to keep that, I'm going to say, God, no, please don't ever inflict that on me again. It'd be fine if I had like full controls. I don't. You just have a massive advantage not using that. If I had like a HOTAS, I'd even consider it for the lulz, but it would make the game, which towards the end gets very hard. The end of each chapter, I should say, gets very hard. It would make the game much, much more difficult. That is an ace. Are we to kill this ace? Yes, we are. Make it end. This might be pack education, actually. Yeah, so the thing they're telling you there is with a super pack, or an armored kit, or whatever, and not all of them you can transform in, like I just did there, your weapons change. Sometimes I don't think it ever changes your gun pod, but the missiles you have will usually change to either better missiles or different missiles. Sometimes for the worse, but not usually. You also have an added layer of health, which is that yellow. Reason my health gauge turned yellow as it is. It is now using the super pack. That is, I think, jettisoned with square and triangle. I'm not going to do it just yet. Oh, okay, this one won't let me turn into fighter jet mode, apparently, while I'm in atmosphere, because it is that particular kind of armored pack, so that's part of what they're trying to teach you, which is fine. Oh, and they're teaching me that your allies can die. It's funny because he dies in series. Spoilers. Then the movie, like, one of the Frontier movies retcons it for some reason. Yeah, you just target them and go near them, and they will come back from the dead. There's a passive skill that'll let you do that, or revive them with more health. The only other way you get health back to them is by doing these. If you look at their health gain. Okay, the idea was for you to not die in the first place, but okay. You will typically not. Yeah, see his health gauge is bumping back up. It's also, I think, supposed to freeze them that particular sun, but they might have removed that particular ability. That's gonna happen a lot until, like, this thing is dead. Just kill them, thank you. So these areas are pretty big, especially compared to Gundam Battle Universe, where they're relatively small, except for some of the space missions. Even then, here they're like, I don't know, that amount squared. They're very large, and you will need every single inch of that room, centimeter whatever, because it's going to throw it. They will throw the book at you. They will throw the book at you in the worst ways. Missiles everywhere. This game gets ridiculous in terms of the nonsense it throws at you. And it starts doing it pretty early, but usually, like, by the end of every single era chapter, things get retarded. Like, absolutely ludicrous. Like, I will require multiple attempts to beat. No questions asked. This game will require grinding for points to upgrade your mechs. That's just a fact. Okay, very good. They're teaching me about getting shot. So this is what I was talking about before. So it's tracking missiles, which looks absolutely sick. They're gonna shoot some more off in a sec. Please shoot some more at me. So I just did flares, and they all go towards the flares. But where's the gauge? So the anti, if you look at the lower right-hand corner where it says has my guns and whatnot. It's got a thing that says anti. Doing that will drain the anti-missile gauge. I'm going to do some as the Gerwalk. So as you can see, the range of motion for the Gerwalk anti-missile is kind of dodgy. It's limited, whereas with the Batroid, if it gets behind me, I'll be able to deal with it. You also drain the anti-missile gauge much more slowly. I'm gonna just guard these if they'll hit. How are they not hitting? Your accuracy blows. Trades a lot more slowly with the shooting them down method. Mostly because you can only shoot down like one at a time. With boosted accuracy and whatnot, it winds up being a lot less of a problem. The distance meter that you can see is relevant. The color does matter. There are some scenarios where certain weapons will not hit accurately. Green range is, I guess, supposed to be ideal, but sometimes it's too close. Red range is always too far, almost always. There's some weapons that'll hit, but probably not going to have access to those early. So one of the things about these missiles that you can just keep shooting is I'm holding the button down, they're all coming out. I can focus on dodging while also counterattacking at the same time. This is convenient. In Batroid mode, missiles will usually fire at a kind of an odd angle, like usually above you, so if you're in a tight location, sometimes you'll miss. So go to red lock, or red range, there we go. Let's see if that actually counts. There we go, now it's hitting. Usually you don't want to be any further than yellow, if you can help it. With this one, this is a multi-lock missile, but I'm mashing it because that way I can still dodge while also keeping up a sustained fire. There's some missiles that'll be very useful with, others not so much. There are some, a good example will be actually the F-14 BN. Because it's got an ability that summons 2 wingmen to you. And if you try to do the whole multi-lock thing, each of those wingmen will only shoot 1 missile out, but if you tap fire, they'll shoot out missiles every single time. So it's pretty good. And that's how we're going to survive certain parts of the coming first Macross Zero era. Which I swear I'm going to get to by the end of this stream. But the tutorial, okay, there we go. Oh, I think that's it. Basically, you get free points that you can use to divvy up. Since I don't have my Macross Ace Frontier save uploaded into this thing, these should all just be free plays and I can ignore them. So I'm going to ignore them. We're going to go to Max Zero, and we have choices between the VF0D and the Type 14, which is definitely not a Tomcat, I swear. And then you have the VF0D. Alright, so stats. Stats are important. Most of them are obvious. HP is your health. Shot defense, how much bullets hurt. Melee defense, how much melee hurts. Mobility is, I think, what is it? This I know this is speed related. What is this? mobility, ease of movement. This affects the delay that occurs between dodges or boosts, and the time that you retain control of your machine. So boosts will be faster, I guess. That's kind of questionable. Thruster. Very important. This will give you thruster gauge to dodge things. Stability is, I guess, stagger resistance, right? Yeah. How quickly you recover from powerful hits. Turning, how quickly you can turn, also very useful. And then radar, which is weapon lock range. Basically how quickly you can lock onto something, from what distance. Moderately useful. There will be instances where we'll want to hit certain breakpoints with that, because the levels are huge, and any advantage we will take. But mostly it's going to be about those 3 defensive stats and thruster, I think. Far, 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 far more important than most of those is your weapon stats, which are pretty straightforward. Let's find a good example here. So on your gun pod, for instance. Oh, no. What are you? Gun pods are a weird one, I think, actually. Because there is an accuracy stat that's relevant for those. Here we go, multi-locks. Multi-locks will, so damage, accuracy, which in this case means basically how tight it'll turn. Number of rounds, in this case, for multi-lock purposes. So right now it can lock 9 missiles on. If I max out that blue part of the gauge, we're going to ignore the yellow because that's expensive. You can lock onto 11 targets, or 11 targets locked at once. That can be very useful. Which is this? Range? Yes, range. And then bullet speed, how fast they move, which kind of ties into range. These both wind up being pretty comparable and important. I still say I think accuracy is more relevant. And then reload speed, and then actual ammo total. You can see how these are changing if you look at the lower right-hand corner where it says next 8, moon runes 9, shorter moon runes 56. That 9, which changes to 11 there, is for the multi-lock. That 56 is total ammo per reload. That's very important. Not as important as in Macross 30, where you actually have ammo limitations. Refillable with items that you get absolutely everywhere, by the dozen. So it's a real non-issue, it's a non-problem, but it's like you have to actually be slightly cognizant in that game. In this, it just means you don't have to reload as often, which is also very important. So max ammo total, reload speed, damage and accuracy are usually going to be the ones that I'm going to be fiddling with most. And everything else is kind of questionable. Range is also very good. Oh, here's one that's a little different. These are beams. Instead of multi-locking, this is how many times you can fire in sequence. That's very familiar to anyone who's watched my Gundam Battle Universe stream. It means that ordinarily I can tap fire 2 to 4 times, and it'll go pop, pop, pop. Whereas if I upgrade this, I can pop up to, 5 times. Cool. Pop, 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 pop. Lasers are not great in this game, because everything moves very, very quickly. Lasers move very quickly for that matter, but them's the breaks. We will not be using lasers much. Big boys like this, yes, we'll use a lot. Our gun pod we will use as often as possible. Not for this unit. When we get to stuff like the VF-20, YF-21 and the VF-22, we're going to be using gun pods like crazy, because they get to dual wield, so they're very good. There's one or two, there's a couple others that are where the gun pod is legitimately worth your time, quite often. I don't know why this doesn't have an accuracy stat. That might be tied to machine pilot then. Definitely then you want to improve the which is range and speed. Speed can be really good. I have been shot in the foot with too much speed, but usually you can't go wrong with bullet speed on your gun pod. But damage is the most. Damage doesn't scale up very high. Like you have to put in several points to get one additional point of damage, but it is relevant. Ammo does scale up pretty quick. Like I start with 83 shots, it goes up to 107. I don't know what that 3 is. What's that 3 number all about? I don't know, because this isn't a burst fire gun. In any case, probably this thing I'll be beefing up. The things I'm going to want to pay attention to are related to the pilot. Oh, and melee. Melee damage, and then like melee hit tracking, and the distance that your melee attacks go. Not a big deal, since melee is going to be pretty minor. We're going to avoid it. We are going to beef up defense, though, and what are you? I think mobility also increases your base speed too, so I don't know why this translation doesn't include that. Because I'm pretty confident it is affected by that. So mobility and thruster are both fairly important. I'm not actually sure which is going to get me more mileage at this point. Yeah, going with the defensive stats is good for this, for now, I think. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Where's my pilot? Here's my pilot. Nope, don't want the model viewer. Okay, what are you? So these auto skills and command skills are very important, or will be very important. I don't remember what any of them are, so give me 1 sec to look that up. I've got the page right in front of me. We're cheating because we gotta cheat. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, so for super packs, yeah, because I know there's 2 kinds of usage of super packs and fast packs and armored packs. One is where it acts as the extra layer of health and adds stats, but is gone once that gets shot off. And then the other is it adds to your stats, but doesn't act as an extra gauge of health and doesn't get shot off. There are pros and cons to each. I generally prefer the one where you oh, and I think one of them changes your special attack and one of them doesn't. I don't remember now. I have to double check that. Yeah, it does change whether or not you can use your whether it changes the special attack, and that does matter. Okay, automatic skill. So auto skill is these. Ooh, that's not bad. So lower right-hand corner, row 4, slot 5 is energy enhancer. You begin the mission with 3 SP bars already full. That's pretty good. It is not the best auto skill. The best auto skill, in my opinion, would probably be the one that reduces how much energy the SP costs, which is Financier, I think, which is in row 3, and it is the 4th one in, which we don't have unlocked yet, sadly. We do want that. And then you have command skills, which are basically the songs that we would have used earlier. This one is what? Row 2, second one in. Abandoned missiles decreases the speed of enemy missiles. That's not terrible. And it's cheap. But we are ultimately going to want to use... I think there's one that gives... There might not be one that gives infinite ammo for a brief period of time. But... there is also... But mostly we'll be using... oh my god, I can't use my words because I'm drinking coffee. Songs, because they heal us, and healing is kind of a big deal. We don't want to get hit in the first place, but we are absolutely going to take damage. That's just... You're not avoiding that, sorry. Let's see. Remember love, summon Minmay, all Zentradi stats are lowered while all non-Zentradi have their stats increased. Clan Clang is immune to this skill for some reason. She is a Zentradi. She's also been culturally indoctrinated to our human ways, so that's why that wouldn't work. Where are you? Where are you? There is... Probably will wind up using Rank Ali, much to my chagrin. Because it locks enemies down and heals you. Bombardment King might be the one I'm thinking of that has... Yeah, but that is only 50% higher ammo than normal. There's a... Mostly we're going to be using the songs because they're just better. Healing yourself is kind of huge. We're not going to have any of those available for a while. But they will become available eventually. This one is, again, the one I have available here. Second row, second one in. Abandonment decreases enemy missile speed. I don't care about that. What's that one? Fourth one in on the top row. Shock Guard. Guarding against melee, the enemy will receive damage instead of you. Hopefully nobody's doing melee. What are you? Last one, emergency avoidance. You become invulnerable for a couple of seconds. Well, that's not too bad. But unfortunately, that's my player character, so I can't use them as support. I don't remember what any of these characters start off with. If I did, that'd be rad. And the... Oh no, I'm doing the wrong ones, aren't I? Okay. No, that was the right one. That is command skill. So it's the auto skill then. Third one in on the front. First row, rescue party, revive a fallen member. They receive much more HP. Or they receive 50% HP instead of like 30%. That's crap. Probably then we're gonna go with this one because starting with 3 now. Starting with 3 is kind of a big deal. That'll make life a lot easier. While we get our feet under us. It is still not great, so I might use her as support, and then we'll have Jenkinzette as the backup pilot, which was not my intention. This will all change as I unlock more skills. So, pilot Luceramina partner will be... Can I even do that? Will it let me? It might, because we're all clones anyway. Nanomachines and clones. We also want to edit our colors. Use a bunch of presets. That one's very gray. That one's very blue. That one's very red. That one's very dark. We'll change the gray one. We want to be brightly colored. This is a circus, damn it. This one. Where are you? Oh, it's those bits on the side. Got it. Got it. Let that be green, and we'll have this color be, I don't know. Cyan, maybe? that to be green and then change the other one. Make that like a blue, because that'll stand out. Or red, because that'll stand out even more. Yeah. In any case, we want to stand out. Alright, and... oh, that's right, I'm gonna tweak the stats on this thing. This one does, though, need to have as many defensive stats as it can get very early. Because it starts off silly fragile. What we'll ultimately want to be boosting into is this, the reload speed on that, because we're going to live on that. I don't even know why this has a melee attack. It's a plane. That's melee defense. We don't care about that. We care about getting shot. We are not going to worry about using one of those just yet, though early on is about the only time we're going to get away with it. So I take back everything I just said. We're going to do a color edit. These only have the one color, so we're going to like do a bright red plane. So that we can see ourselves. Alternatively, we can be pink. Alternatively, we could be the Phantom. We're definitely going to have our ally be the Valk itself. What seems to be... oh. I have a huge brain. Yeah, so we can't... this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Where is Operator, by the way? Support is there. I don't remember how I change operators. There is a way to do that. I don't remember what it is. So this is the shop. We're never going to use this. Except for... I think it's this third one. Because this unlocks various game-changing options. Yeah, open mode. This will unlock options. That unlocks a BGM listener, which we're not going to do. What we do want, though, is stuff that's going to let us use mechs across different eras, as well as some, like, environment restrictions that exist. I have it set to autosave, so hopefully we won't have an issue. And here we're going to get our ship pushed in. It's just fighter jets, I think. We're in the Phantom. The Wraith Jet. We will destroy those OC rats. Oh, this isn't Ace Combat. Don't act smug, you green-haired monster. We're just gonna skip that bit. Alright, so I got a shooty gun. It shoots. I got lock-on missiles, which might not even hit. I got friends! The Phantom, it's like there's more of them, oh god! Oh, here we go. We do not have... The Type 29 there is the opposition equivalent. So in Macross 0, basically what's going on... oh, jeez. So aces can do that, which is mad annoying. Basically, with the advent of this alien spacecraft that lands on Earth, you wind up having... that's right, you can't manually reload in this game. You can do that in like every subsequent title, except for maybe Triangle Frontier. Yeah, as you can see, only like one missile pops off of those guys, but if I mash it... Many missiles come off, as do all the bullets. This also applies to my super attacks, so use that. I didn't want to burn SP on that at all. So the game judges you based on how much damage you take, time to a lesser extent. Most important of all, of course, is, here's where problems start. I'm going to tell my ally to please kindly kill that. I don't know, I've started like 3 different lines of conversation here. 3 different lines of nonsense, and I can't remember a damn bit of it. Beating missions, right. Getting high ranks on missions involves not getting hurt, and killing absolutely everything you can. Okay, so that's going to be like a B at best, I think. Or an S, that's fine. S's are what you want. There's a double S rank. You do not need double S ranks for anything other than A, street cred, and B, I'm sure there's another reason to get it. I don't remember what it is. Actually, what is the other reason to get... Oh, well, yeah, because you unlock stuff by getting S ranks. Double S ranks will get you... There is some option that it'll unlock you, I think, for getting all S ranks on something, but it's mostly street cred. I think it is just street cred, I think. Doesn't matter. Okay, so here you have heart relations. You get that increased by successful missions. You lose it by failing. Don't fail. I don't remember what leveling them all up gets you other than unlocking more of the whoozy whatsitses. The skills. Those are important. It's something that's a chronicle mission. Chronicle missions basically are a scripted, in this sense being, you can only use this one pilot and aircraft combination for this given mission. Those we are not going to worry about till after we've maxed things out. So never. Not for purposes of this stream, never. We will never be worrying about that. Because we like living. Damn it. Ignore that. Actually, turn speed. I want turn speed. That's this one. Turning is the second to last. Okay. Turn speed. Turning be good. We also want to level up our weapons, but oh shoot. Oh, sorry about that. Sneezes. I don't want to sneeze right into the mic. I want to say one of these has fire rate too, and it's just not listed in the translation guide, but I don't remember. It doesn't matter. We definitely care about accuracy of our missiles. We want them to be missiles. We want them to be hittles, not missiles. Improving this would be good, but it's got just enough time so that when it wears out, you can just get another one. So it's kind of fine as it is. And for everything else, there's MasterCard. And for my ally here, we're going to change their paint scheme to the bright, colorful one, so that we can see them, damn it. And we also want to level up their stats. Their stats matter a lot to us. We don't care about melee defense, not really, but we do care about movement. These other things. I'm going to just boost its existing stats. And then we'll worry about its weapons. We are going to care very much about this unit once we unlock super packs for it. We don't have those yet. We will not have those for a while. So ideally we want to be getting, in an ideal universe, we want double S ranks, but ideally we want S ranks. We will accept A's. For purposes of this stream, I'm not going to worry too much, unless it's a mission that I feel that I'm going to get real close on, and probably has something very worth my time. For Macross Zero, there's not going to be a lot of that. Macross Zero, we just want to survive. Like, nothing else matters in the Macross Zero era. It's hard, mostly because of the technical limitations of the craft you're using. They're just bad. There was another line of conversational thought that I had started, and I don't remember what it was. So we're just going to do that a lot. No, you're not going to do those. Oh, well, good. So these are, again, just tap-fired missiles. Getting behind these guys is such a bear in flight mode. You can't stall out, per se, but you can, if you're air braking, you'll go into a tailspin if you air brake too long. Oh, here we go. Cheyennes, which are early model destroids. These wind up getting retconned into the continuity. The first time you ever see a Cheyenne is in Macross Frontier, where they're around, and then they retcon them into Zero when Zero winds up getting made, which is dumb. Cheyenne's actually a pretty decent, because it's got like a dual-wielded Gatling cannon main gun, which is very, very handy. And missiles. It's actually pretty kitted out. Those aces are what we care most about. We care about them a lot. Shoot 'em. Thank you. I probably have just squandered an S rank, if I were to guess. As you can see, these missiles are not especially accurate. And this thing is nigh impossible to use. This is like super hard mode right now. So I'm gonna have to redo this mission, and I'll just do it with the Valk. We have Zero, whatever. Here we go. He's got a fast pack or super pack already. And I think he's coming to melee me. That's not scary at all. There we go. You did, fool. Deal. He's the main character that we just shot down in this series. Unless you count Roy Fokker, who is the man, and also in Macross Zero, an irascible drunk. Which maybe isn't horribly out of character. He was certainly regarded as a bit of a womanizer, but he's exceptionally dickish in Macross Zero, but he's also very hype. Okay, so we unlock the Cheyenne. I would like very much to use the Cheyenne, but I also know that I will die in many of these missions if I attempt that. Until I have, like, massively upgraded weapons. Actually, on that, though. I am going to boost my missile accuracy. To hell with turn speed. Turn speed is for the people who like to turn. What is this? What are you? What are you? We want range. We want bullet speed. Yes. Yes. We want both of those. That'll improve it immensely. And damage of cures. We only need the one break point. Reload isn't a bad idea. And then this will make little mooks that shoot and help out with us. We can't really use this for some of these. There are going to be some water missions where this won't be a bad idea to use, but you'll still probably want to use the BF0D. Because it's just better. It's just better. Tempted to rerun that, but I don't think that one matters. I am gonna rerun it. Hell with it. We'll do that with the VF0D and make our lives a bit easier. This should not be a problem. We're brightly colored because we want to be able to see ourselves. Gosh darn it. Oops, I flubbed that. There we go. Just like Ace Combat. Just like Ace Combat, we're gonna shoot a war crime at people. Or, you know, miss. That's weird. As you can see, air superiority is a thing. Oh no. Oops, I forgot how to switch titles. Cycle titles. Oh no. That's not good. They pop their super, but it's wholly irrelevant because we're doing that. They did. Gesundheit. She's very, what's the term? Genki? She's highly energetic and not especially productive at the moment. Nobody here is productive at the moment. We've got the stats of, like, if a 0-year-old genetically engineered super soldier got into a fighter jet for the 3rd time. Okay. And away we go. Please Let's kill him. Oh shit. Actually, you know what? Use a super attack on that man. Please? You wanna use a super? Thanks. If we have SP, we want to use it because that builds our SP stat. And these ones you do when the mission is complete do, I believe, count. They don't have to deal damage, but I think they may have to actually be attacks to do it. Now we got an S rank. See, that's how elite we are. We go and we try it for the second time, and we're already getting nearly the best result. We got briefed on briefly, so we didn't get the best result, but who cares? These are the missiles I want to be using the most, so we're bumping the accuracy. Bump the accuracy on those. Accuracy, it's kind of important. If your missiles aren't hittles, what's the point? Alright, next mission is a really crappy one. So we're, we are going to stay as the VF0D, because we don't beat ourselves. We just turn speed? That's turn speed. We want that. I'm accustomed to very different performance in my mechs. Yeah, this mission blows. This mission doesn't blow nearly as much as... There's going to be like a sequence of 2 or 3 or 4 in a fairly short period of time towards the end of the Macross Zero era, where you're going to have to transport an alien egg and down this stupid tunnel, this stupid canyon. And it takes forever. It absolutely takes forever. They are interminable. Mostly because there's like no enemies for half of them. And then for the other, they show up like at 12 different points and nearly kill you to death. And you can't realistically fight them. No, shoot. Hell with this. Oh, heck. You did. I know. I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do for this mission. There we go. I said I wasn't going to melee things. Well, we did. Oh, here we go. I think this guy's name is Didi. It's like Didi Dorchinov or something. I don't remember. He's got a name. He's kind of a dick. He's totally not Russian, so he's relevant because humanity has discovered this alien spaceship that crashed into Earth in 1999. And basically, the plot of Macross Zero is humanity fighting over it like assholes. And then getting, like, native villagers on, like, a South Pacific island involved. And they're like, oh, we don't want to be involved in your petty wars. We just want the bird people. And it turns out the bird people are real. And, members of the proto-culture. And we find an alien egg, yada, 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 yada. So on and so forth. There's a giant bird monster that we're going to have to kill in, like, 20 missions. And that fight blows. Also, we get to hear Cheryl Norm... no. Somebody Norms, one of the South Sea Islander girls, South Pacific Islander girls, have her Song of Despair, which makes me want to bash my head into a table. So that'll be fun. We're not going to worry about it, though. Because we'll get there when we get there. That mission blows. It blows chunks. And it makes me not want to play a game. Fortunately, everything after that mission is fine. Except for all the missions that are really, really, really hard. And there will be some of those, let me tell you, brothers and sisters. Brethren and sisters, there's some hard missions ahead. We gonna get through them to the best of our ability, so just sit back, relax, and buckle that seatbelt. That's what I say. Seatbelt buckling. Oh, I have no idea what stats I want to improve here. It do have to be weapon stats, though, because weapon stats are going to be the most relevant for a while. If I do improve this, I'm going to want to improve reload time and ammo cap. You can already see with my bullet shooter that we're having some issues actually hitting enemies because the projectiles move too quickly. That's kind of a good problem to have, except when it's not. There is a balancing act, unfortunately. Gun pods sort of walk this really fine line, as I alluded to earlier. They walk this very fine line between really good sources of damage and really questionable. And it's hard to know when that's going to shift, and I haven't played the game in long enough to remember exactly where that is. We're ignoring the lasers almost entirely. I dislike them. In the Gundam games, they're great because of the pacing, and these things move too quickly. You can hit if you're using charged attacks, and you're able to lead, and you have time to do that, but not often is that an option. I'm not going to worry about additional locks, but I might worry about missile range. That is range? Yes, missile range is kind of biggie. So we'll beef that up. And then if we can put more into mobility, we will do that. I think that's turn speed. We'll fiddle with mobility in a hot minute. This is one of the really big areas, and this might be the one where they No, this is a sortie against the VF-0. Okay. The VF-0. VF-0 S. S is in Sarah, adds in Roy Folker Superman. Liked, I don't know why they call him Sin. His name's Shin, but I don't remember his last name, and it doesn't matter because he's inconsequentially vanishes after Macross Zero, because Macross Zero is a giant retroactive add-in. Yeah, shoot them. Yeah. Incidentally, if you think these missions wind up being hard, wait till you get to Macross Plus. Whee! Macross Plus, things get uncomfortably real. So, as you can see for these chaff targets, the gun pod is fine. So with like every ace, there'll be, which are the guys marked with a star on their next to their pilot name, and I'll show one of those in a sec. Yeah, like that guy, Shin something. There'll be some chaff targets who are just like, basically will shoot like a missile or something. Yeah, shoot whoever that was. See? Beaches. And this is Roy. He's a champ, pilot of Skull One, and generally a stand-up guy who has a hot wife. Didn't hear it from me. Why is my ally not shooting this person? Oh, because they're way up in the sky. What the hell are they doing up there? Oh, heck with that. There we go. He has much higher stats than we do. The VF0S, by the way, is pretty much going to be the best unit we're going to have access to by the end of this sequence, or the end of this era. We're not going to be able to use it, though, for any of these going to hit? Probably not. We're not going to be able to use it for the Super Dimensional Form versus Macross motion. That's what I'm hoping. Ah, jeez, of course I got a fun call now. Come on. Anybody else been getting a lot of spam calls lately? Jeez Louise. This, I think, is the first person option. We would not do that to ourselves. We'll do it for fighting Royale because I feel respectful. We can't see our glorious Mecha models, so... Oh, shit. This also might actually be oh, that's our friend. We don't want that. Why is he still invincible? Stop it. I've got to take that in the first person. There are also passive skills that when you hit it. Oh shit. Oh shit. F off, Roy. This is one of the hard missions, and I think it does actually get you something useful. There is a reason to do it. Come. Land, I double dog near you. I missed. That's bad. Right now, my SP is a precious resource. It's suboptimal. Here. Oy, I took some hits, my ally took some hits, so we're probably getting a B. If we get an A, I will be happy. Yeah, we got a B. Ick. We are gonna rerun that. So we're gonna beef up our weapon damage. I don't think they're gonna give me... Oh, they did give me D0A. I don't remember what the difference is. It's probably stats. Yeah, it has a higher stat cap, so we're transitioning now to the VF0A because it's better. It's a better mech. Although it does not have the big boomy boom missiles, which I like. I like the big boomy boom missiles. They have very high per hit damage. Very nice damage for the very disturbing purveyor of war crimes, which we very much are. We are war crime purveyors. We purvey only war crime. Out of ignorance of interest. Okay, so I have unlocked a couple. I have to wait quite a faster, so that's not bad. Lock-on distance is doubled for clairvoyance. That second one in, that is not bad. The problem is the missiles might blow up before they hit, but it also speeds up the lock-on rate, which is not at all bad. However, because my SP is so low, I am going to stick with the one that I've got. However, for command skills, what are the two here? Reload, which reloads your ammo for 2 SP. That can't be that good. Defense is doubled for 2 SP, and whatever this one. Second one. Decrease the speed of enemy missiles. For 1 SP, that's probably okay in some very specific situations. We aren't going to get what we want. Actually, the most useful we're going to get isn't going to be until like the 4th or 5th one in. Yeah, or the 5th and 6th one in, I guess. Yeah, because that one, the 5th one in is Reflection, which gives you a pinpoint barrier system, a 0-point energy barrier, something like that. Basically a little force field that'll eat damage. And apparently reflect lasers, which is interesting. That's new. I didn't know there was a thing that could do that. That's very cool. That'll be handy depending on how expensive it is. If it's 2 SP or more, it's probably questionable value. If it's 1 SP, it's probably worth it. The last one is emergency avoidance, which gives you some temporary invulnerability, which is probably just as good unless it's expensive, in which case it's not. But really, we won't get anything super worthwhile until either encouragement, which is this last one on road 2, which is the full reload as well as invulnerability. That's encouragement. The next one is Ace, which boosts your stats by like 50%. We're not going to have anything really relevant until either Bombardment King, which is questionable, or more properly, whatever Phantom Regents is. Heals some HP of you and nearby friendlies, and revives nearby down allies. But really not until like the actual song abilities come in, like Galactic Fairy and Rank-a-Lee, and that's basically it. The Cheryl one, which I think is Galactic Fairy, will give you boosted attack power, and then Kira or Rank-a-Lee's will slow/freeze enemies and heal in a certain amount of energy. Other than that's basically it. Those are the most useful until we get into the like post-game abilities, which are like the last 4. One of which, the last one of which I think is Max World, which is a literal time stop. Everything stops. It's very expensive SP-wise, but everything stops. Everything goes photo negative, and is just generally really cool. And so you can basically move around and shoot things, but I don't remember if your projectiles stop. And yeah, no, they'll go towards, but enemies won't take damage until, or won't die until it ends. So it's very cool. It's very flashy. And I'll probably use that a couple times because it's fun. But we're not going to get that for a while. It's basically post-game. But very, very, very strong. The second to last one, as I recall, is utterly worthless for the game itself, but okay in PvP because it basically acts as a confuse, and so enemies are all messed up. So I'm going to keep that. Command skill, there's really nothing in the command skill that I want at this point. So I'll keep the missile one because it's cheap, and if I accidentally pop it, it's not the end of the world. We are moving on up in terms of SP, which is good. We want that last gauge on the bottom is what we want to improve. So that's increasing steadily. It'll get better once we actually regenerate at a reasonable rate, but speed can backfire in specific circumstances, like depending on the flight pattern of the missiles themselves, you can have a lot of trouble. Oh, now I have to change color. No, I like that. I don't like that. Khaki is gross. Take it from someone who had to wear khaki for years. Having a job is good. Oh, and they have presets, cool. For this, we'll make that blue. We'll just have a very brightly colored. Nice if you have nice buttons better. And for that, we'll make that what, like a. I don't even know what's changing right now. Anybody else see a color change? Oh, it's like a wingtip somewhere. Okay. Make that a red. Or bright pink. Very bright pink. Okay. Oh, okay, it's that stripe. Do that and partners. Let's see what's this. Same for them. Okay. Moving right along, we're gonna try that one again. I don't think they give you the VF0S until like 5 missions from the end. Or 2 missions from the end, or something really short. Not enough time to actually upgrade it without going back and deliberately grinding. Because of course not. Why would they do something like that, right? Right. Indeed. Oof, wow, you just get punched in the face. Okay, let's restart that because we got bodied quick. Which is not ideal. So we're gonna try that again. Yeah. We're doing it. Clam down there, child of hell. Stab it. None of those are gonna connect. Where do those explode? Actually, not too far away. Oh, shit. Yes, he did. He did. Sometimes there are like semi-hidden objectives. Yeah, the emulation is borking the 3D models a bit. They do not do that in the game itself. So that's unfortunate, but... Get him! Oh shit, of course it's a melee super, so I can't use this. This is... Tell my ally to kill him to death. I should have waited. Actually, that went fairly well. I did take some damage early on, which is bad, but it might not be enough to matter. Hoping for an S. Yeah, because we're just that good. So a melee super is suboptimal. Oi. However, when I get the fast pack, it'll be fine, or the super pack, or whatever it is, the add-on armor, it'll be fine. The problem is getting to that point. We'll see. Alright, if I've got those hopped up, I can probably start beefing up other stats. Is that mobility? Yeah, it's mobility for ease of movement. Okay, very good. Moving right along. The level, by the way, listed is difficulty. There's going to get to be a point where that number is very high. Or stays at like 10 or 9 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 the entire way along for like 4 missions in a row. Funny story related to some of my text vomit in the stream description. Oh, here we go. This is where things get a little complicated, or start getting a little complicated. So we have to deal with stuff that's underwater. The difficulty curve of the last, probably forever, Macross ArtDink, the studio that made this Macross game, Macross Delta Scramble, had, on its initial release, basically had 0 difficulty. Like, to the point that it was genuinely tedious to play, unfortunately. Which is a crying shame, but them's is the breaks. But they did, because the game covered only like the first half of the show, they released free downloadable content / patch updates that added the latter half of the series. And all of those missions, almost to a 1, while usually fairly straightforward basically, wound up being insanely difficult compared to the rest of the game. So, like, you had to actually play well. There we go. That's multi-locking many targets. I don't know that I'm happy about that. Octoses. They're like the totally not Russians equivalent of Destroids. They're cool, but they're not very practical. I said I wasn't going to shoot them. I wasn't going to hit them with melee, but here we are. Oh, jeez, come on. That's interesting. Now, if I switch to Gerwalk, I believe it's going to make me, or Fighter Jet, it's going to make me float to the surface. I want to kill that ace if I can. Because they haven't really started, like, throwing aces at, or DD and, what's her name, Nora, I guess? Who are the totally not Russian ace pilots. Oh, is this the one I'm supposed to defend? No, it's not. I'm absolutely supposed to kill this. I don't know why it wasn't done. There'll be a lot. This is our introduction to shooting capital ships. There will be many, many more. Particularly in the Super Dimension Fortress Macross section, where they're just absolutely everywhere. And you're gonna do like 4 missions in a row where you have to kill like 10 of the things for like a week. Some of those missions will take a while, but that's why we're planning for the long term. It was either this, some Maxi Boost mission mode, or Macross 30. And Macross 30 I haven't played in even longer, so I kind of was like, oh. And because it's more of an actual RPG, like there's a New Game Plus, and that's where I'm at. But it's not quite at the very beginning, so I have to sort of soul search and remember how to play the game as well as... Ow, whoa, 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 whoa. Punch him. Why is my ally not? Oh my gosh, this is super suboptimal. I'm dead. Friggin' looking into the eye of the... Oh, okay, now I am dead though. I am seriously dead. I can't, Okay, so this will be like a C or a D. If I don't die right here. Yeah, because I have like a 1 health left. Oh, it gave me a B. How nice. Is it going to give me anything for beating that mission? Probably not. We got a rank upgrade, I guess. I don't think that really helps me much. I, for one, am going to switch back to the 0D, and that kind of means I need to bring my ally along with me for the ride on that. Because you gain tune points at like 1.5 times the rate or something if you double down or double up. It's pretty relevant. It's either that or I do the Cheyenne and basically stay underwater and shooting things the entire time, which is doable, but kinda sucks. I might do that and then put my ally. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll leave my ally in the 0D. I just have to do a color customization on this because it's gross and we want it to be pretty. He's gonna be a pretty boy. Big pretty boy. I don't actually remember how tall the height and weight specifications of most Macross units. They are sizable. They're not tiny, but they're also not like the size of the new Gundam. They're the size of fighter jets, which seems obvious because they are fighter jets. They're slightly bigger, actually. Most of the Valks are a bit bigger than the average fighter jet. I'll move that tune towards a blue, and we will leave it at that. This could go poorly, but we're going to hope that it doesn't, because I'm going to be very slow and have no defensive ability at all, but I'm in a cool robot, so we'll be fine. The Destroids circa Super Dimension Fortress Macross are better. You have a greater variety of them, and they cover multiple different roles, and they are, by and large, pretty good. Oh yeah, they're wherever the hell they are. Okay, so this one can skate. I did not want to do that. That's what I wanted to do. Let's listen. These act as decoys as well as occasionally shooting enemies, so they're pretty good. This, I think, is one of the few times I can actually get away with doing what I'm doing here. No, it hurts. Ah! There you are. That should be damaging it a lot more than it is. I'm not quite certain what's going on there. Basically none of those hit. Okay. So this is going to be another really poorly done mission, so that doesn't really surprise me. The practical upshot of Destroids is that they are just basically weapon platforms. It's really annoying. I keep forgetting that I have those. We'll try that again. This time with a 0D, sorry. Because that way I'll actually be able to shoot at them with supers, which will be nice. Yes. boosting this thing's main gun is a really, really good idea. Because it's good. Okay, let's get back to the 0D. Try that one more time. I don't think they're going to give me a fast pack or a super pack after this one, even if I get an A or an S, but I'm going to give it one last shot. This time, where me and my ally are using the same weapon, and we'll just spend the entire time up in the air, bombing them mercilessly. Like this. Oops. I know I hit that button, but it's okay. heck with you. Oh, you would, wouldn't you? No, not what I wanted to do. There we go.
これからも頼むぞ。
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna surface. I'm gonna tell my ally to shoot them. I'm gonna try and get him so that he pops his super, and then I'll super during his, so I'll be invincible. It's all about strategy. What the heck it does. There we go. Beat 'em. Booty blasted. So that should be like an A rank, because I didn't get too badly damaged. Yeah, I would have preferred an S, but we'll take the A. And we're going to move on, because it's taking too long. I don't know what that was. That unlocked something. Could that be? Nope. That'd be too easy. Actually, let me double check the shop. I don't think in the shop is where you get fast packs. These are just, I think, a model viewer. I'm gonna double check that. Oh no, that's adding points to it, I guess. Yeah, it's not helpful. I mean, it's fine because it's a means of shifting the points that you have for this into something useful. But the conversion rate sucks. So, no. Yeah, that was like 1,500 points to get 600 of this stuff. The tune points. It's turning boosted. Is this? More pressingly, though. Grab those. That should get that into fair working order. We're going to move on, because the game is not finished with us yet for a while. And this isn't even going to touch on the extra missions, which are universally absurdly difficult, but also have some of the coolest stuff in there. They've got stuff from Macross 2, which is the now rendered basically non-canon, or has been rendered forever, basically non-canon. Okay, this mission sucks. It's a defense mission. All defense missions suck, but this one sucks a lot. But Macross 2 is this cool, like, 3 to 6 episode OVA series that's actually got released in the States while Harmony Gold was holding onto the rights to anything Macrossy. So it's pretty cool. It's not very good, I don't think, but it's got some nice action sequences, and it's fairly entertaining to watch. But it's got some of the stuff from that in it, and it's got a few other things. Not a single one of those hit. I'm not surprised. Come on, there we go. Are you really gonna do that to my boat? He did. I need to find an ace to use my supers on, because I don't want to... waste them on chaff like this, because these things will barely shoot at it. Like these guys. These guys are who I want to use them on. That could have gone better. Really can't afford to lose the boat. Oh, good. We got one. We do still have to deal with his partner in crime. Oh, or not. Okay. That's fine. And we got an S rank for our efforts, which is great. Okay, Chronicle mission, free mission, we don't care. That, I believe, is the super pack. One of them, anyway. I think there are two. Even if there's only one, we're going to be using it. Oh, the armored pack. This one actually kind of blows. Armored packs typically restrict you to only using Batroid mode. This changes circa Frontier, whatever Frontier takes place, whatever AD year it takes place. 2030 something, maybe? I don't remember. It's been a long time. Been a long time since I rock and roll. Actually, I can go to Era Select, can't I? And find out that way. Frontier. I don't have it available, so we're not going to find out. Isn't that nice? The armored packs also tend to specialize in having, like, a gorillion missiles. An absolute shellac ton of missile-y objects. They just... an unbelievable amount. They also boost your durability by a hefty amount, which is always good. But they tend to reduce your mobility, which is not as good. It's a balancing act. And it changes your super attack to basically be massive weapon spam. In this case, missiles, etc. We're not, I don't think, I might do it for myself, but my ally can't. Actually, what is the next mission? The next mission I cannot do it for, unfortunately. Because it's one of the tunnel missions, or the canyon missions, and those suck. So, actually, with that in mind, I'm going to boost my thruster and whatever that is. What is that? I don't know. Are you kidding? You think I pay attention? Jeez Louise. Mobility, thruster, stability. Stability I don't care about. It's not a bad stat, it just doesn't help me very much. Actually, we're pretty much okay then. I think. I don't think it has anything to do with aim correction. Radar isn't a bad idea, but we're going to ignore it for now. We are, though, going to beef that up. Gonna beef that up. We're definitely going to beef that up. That's speed, I think. That may be an active hindrance. We'll find out in a minute. Lasers, I may have to put some points into at some point. Melee, avoid forever. Unless something has a melee-oriented super, in which case, well, go for it, I guess. Yeah, so I can't afford to use that right now. Yeah, this is the one. Separates the men from the boys, from the pilots, from the, oh my god, why am I carrying this stupid thing for like 12 kilometers down a goddamn canyon? Where even in the world is this goddamn canyon? It's awful. This mission is just wretched. Shut up. Arrive at this point. So we have to fly down this thing first, like going to these radar points or something that we have to investigate, and then we have to do something else with that information. I don't even remember what. We have to fly close to them to analyze the unknown signals, and then we have to pick up an object and ferry it all the way back, craving the sweet embrace of oblivion the entire way. I am going to spam my missiles to get rid of them, so I reload, because there is no way to manually reload in this game. Which is a nice feature that we get circa, definitely by the time Macross 30 on the PS3. I cannot remember if Triangle Frontier had it. Delta Scramble in particular has it, at least for the main gun, and it's quite handy. Like you use a bunch of gun pod bullets, and then you say, oh, you know what, enough's enough. I don't need to have used that many, so you can like double tap fire in order to. So it's an alien artifact. Nothing ever goes horribly awry with alien artifacts. No siree, Bob. For this, I'm gonna try and do it with the Gerwalk, even though that's gonna mostly because that's gonna allow me to get back faster. Not because my combat ability is substantially better. It's an AFOS. I don't remember what that means. So cool things about the Gerwalk, you can kind of coast on walls a bit. It's not especially practical. They act like the ground, like you're kind of glued to it. There are not many situations where I'll ever want to be doing that. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. You have to put it down in order to shoot. That thing is like 26 kilometers away. I don't care about that. Please go back to the alien object. Please, 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 please. Oh my god, this is just typical. No. No. Just use a super attack, please. Thank you. Okay, there it is. My partner's gonna die. Ah, I just saw it pop up. Come on. This mission. How are you even that close? How? Oh, really? You're gonna... God damn. Get out of that stupid Sukhoi knockoff. Get wrecked. So if you're wondering why fighter jets that can turn into robots are doing things as risky and insane as smashing each other with punches, it's because the technology in Macross is ludicrous. Like, practical space sorcery. Like, you've got, like... You have 0-point energy barriers, you have... God, what don't you have in Macross, for criminy's sake? You've got reactive armor that takes kinetic impacts and shunts them into the reactor, giving you more thrust, or increasing the durability of the material. You have space folding. You have me getting shot to death. You have me hitting the square button to drop this so I can deal with these pieces of crap. Get over here, you punk. Okay, so I'm actually tempted to restart this, because we've already been shellackerated, so I'm going to restart it. And we do still very much want to be in the BF0D, because we just have to move. We have to move places. What I'll probably do is I'll go all the way to the end, go all the way back, kill everything, go all the way back, which I think is how you have to do it in order to keep from being in a state of sheer agony. It's still gonna suck. SP gain is definitely better than when we started, but it's still not great. We are going to be highly reliant on that for any situation that involves a boss or an ace, because killing them is kind of down to dumping damage before they can pop a super attack, or baiting them into using a super attack, which is usually around the 30% health mark, and then you know, popping them with something else, or using a super attack yourself in order to survive. Said onslaught, and hopefully kill them in the process. So pretty much like Gundam Battle Universe in that regard, except we have a lot more movement options and a lot more ways to die and kill. Mostly through judicious use of incredible amounts of missilery. Okay, now for the fun part. Oh wait, no, I have to pick it up and then put it down. I remember now. Stop. We'll pick it up with a Gerwalk and then drop it almost immediately so we can shoot enemy. Oh my god. And if I recall correctly, that jibe I made about the South Pacific Islanders having a thing about the bird people, I think they're called the bird humans, and that's like literal. But it's ostensibly the semi-mystical proto-culture of the Macross universe who dropped that there, not on a goddamn wall. Oh no, it's down there! Oh god! Oh god! Please target them. Please target them. Oh my Christ. Hey, no! Stop! Get wrecked. Yeah, I'm gonna just fly over there and deal with that problem. Oh, jeez, I have to deal with how many now? Oh no! I wanted to have my ally do that with me, oh god! Oh my gosh, pop the friggin', there we go. Stupid goddamn fucking shit, god piece of crap! Forgot how hard this game was to control. It could just be like... Yep, that's useless if you miss. Useless. So he's gonna pop a super in a second. I'm gonna have nothing I can do about it. Other than, like, hold block and pray. These early game mechs are just so obnoxious. I've already basically thrown away an A ranking. Please kill it. Neither of us have any SP, so that Octus is probably going to kill me. Okay, so now we fly all the way back. That's the wrong way. That's the right way. Dump our ammo. There is no accuracy stat. Nobody cares. So we're getting a B at best, maybe a C. I don't care. I'm never running this mission again. Until I've got, like, I don't know, the YF-19. Which will make a kind of a joke of it, but that's not going to happen until post-game. Thank you. You're supposed to, like, carry it all along the way and shoot enemies as you go, but they don't go down quick enough, so F that. Using this process forward. This might also be one of the few missions that cares about you doing something quickly, which would be awful, but typical. Usually it's just kill everything, get the maximum point value you can. But the passive I want is the one that reduces your SP cost, because that'll mean you can use stuff more frequently. Gundam Battle Universe had something fairly similar, but these games it's pretty formalized. In fact, I know Delta Scramble. I, again, don't remember Triangle Frontier that much because I remember viscerally disliking it. Sadly. Disliking the fact that I couldn't just level up pilot stats as I wanted, and instead had to do specific visual novel activities in order to raise them, and you could only do so many of those total. So you ultimately had these stat limitations. You couldn't really have it totally kitted out. Not easily, anyway. And because it was all in Japanese, you had to read a translation guide for the entire friggin' game. And if I'm gonna... Oh, I got an A for that. That's fine. And if I'm gonna put in that much effort, I'm just gonna replay Macross 30 so that somebody can remind me how to do all the side quests. The only ones that are hard are the ones where they give you an item and you have to ferry it somewhere. Those were a pain. Okay, but on the plus side, we're boosting our guns. Boosting our guns. Our guns are boosted. I don't know, boost the accuracy on that? I don't freaking know. I don't care. It's like my freaking gun pod does more damage than this thing. My gun pod does 63 damage per shot, and this thing does 65. It's a laser. Lasers aren't especially strong. Mostly because they're having to, in Macross, they're having to compete against like micro missiles with warheads that have like shaped charges and are the size of a soda can, and have absurd turning properties. You can deploy 1 billion of them at once, and are designed to punch through mecha/aircraft who are able to take like anti-aircraft missiles to the face and not care. So it's a special universe, Macross. Pair all this with aliens all the time, space travel, and weaponized music, and yeah, you've got a franchise. Weaponized idol waifus. Okay, so we're gonna bomb these things to death the hard way. Just like that. Now, ideally, we want to kill... Yikes. All the enemies on the ground/water before we kill the ships, but I don't actually care about that right now. So. Not enough to care. They're, like, every time you beat an era, there's also a corresponding mode where you play as the villains. So you get to play as the Octos and the SV-50 whatever's the not Sukhois. They're totally Sukhois. I'm blind firing right now because I can't be bothered. I don't care what she targets, I really don't. Now the AI, the automatic targeting when you're not deliberately trying to focus on something is surprisingly good. Gundam Battle Universe kind of has the same issue, where one of the most accurate ways to target something is by not actually aiming at it and letting the AI do its work. Because, like, you can see the ludicrous angles that I'm shooting bullets out of half the time. It's pretty funny. Okay. Let's get closer, and then I'm gonna use a super on this guy here. A team super. And we're gonna hope that he dies from that, because if he doesn't, I'm in trouble. Please just shoot them. Getting real tired of getting shot to death. Hell with you. Okay, so that'll be an A ranking at best, probably a B. We don't care, we'll take A's at this point. We'd prefer S's, but I don't know what that is. That is a fast pack, or a super, whatever the equivalent is. Yeah, booster equipment. We want that. We can transform with it. It does reduce, what is that reducing? Stability, apparently. Good for it. And turning, it's kicking right in the junk. Which is unfortunate, but we don't care. Stats that it boosts, though, can go over cap, which is good. And we do want it to be type A, or type B, rather, not type A. Because with type B, it'll act as armor. And I'm not sure if that counts against you if it's destroyed. You obviously don't want that to happen because it's providing very nice services in the form of better guns, mostly. It also means we can graduate to the VF-0A, finally, and actually use it worth a damn, until the armor's gone, in which case we never want to touch it, ever. But it has better stats, so that's good. Boost that. Is that? That's accuracy. That's range. We want range. Don't care right? That's range. After launch range, yes, good. Bullet speed is also not a bad idea on lasers to make sure they actually connect, although sometimes they don't. They're more likely to connect with high bullet speed than bullets tend to be. In fact, to that end, I'm gonna take points away from that and move them somewhere else. Damage on that because the super on that tends to be using that. So we're going to move to the VF0A. And the booster equipment. There we go. This is where things, as you can see by the difficulty level, which is measured in missiles because it's Macross, and you can't have Macross without a Macross Missile Massacre, or Etano Circus. Which is the colloquial name for if you've ever watched like a mecha anime and you're seeing like a bunch of missiles or beams or whatever going and tracking something as it's, you know, dodging and weaving, that's an Etano Circus. He gets credited with those. Even though I don't think he's the one who did the first instances of it. The earliest instances of anything you could reasonably describe as an Etano Circus would probably be from Ideon, and I don't know if he worked on that. It's possible he did. I know it's credited to Yoshiyuki Tomino, but I don't know about the animators that worked on Space Runaway Ideon. Which is a great show, and I highly recommend it, especially if you want to have an excuse to rag on Neon Genesis Evangelion and its complete lack of originality. I don't have the booster pack, so we're gonna quit out and figure out why I didn't hit select on that, and you know, just be generally mad. Yep, I just didn't equip it, so that's good. Okay, well at least my partner had it. Oops. Let's try that again. The booster equipment is going to be our lifeline. And on the final mission where I have to fight the resurrected bird human monster thing. Don't ask, you'll know. Actually, that might be this mission. Oh no. I may have to resort to using the VF0A and assume that I'm going to lose the armor, because it's just going to happen. That looked like it froze. Whew. As you can see, the missiles are pretty good. Yeah, turning definitely feels harder. Like, I can't do the backflips, which is like my go-to. Oh, here we go. They've got these things. These things rock. I love these multi-missiles. I'm not targeting things because there's just a lot of enemies. I will hit some of them eventually. I am going to have to deal with Nora and Dee Dee later. Not yet. Or at least Nora. Okay. We're going to shoot her. Nothing hit. So plan B, which is spam missiles. Which is that's Dee Dee being like, "What's taking so long? Why are you so slow? Don't be so slow." Silly. Silly cute. That's a bad noise. That's a bad noise. Ah, god damn it. I need that armor. I can't use my super attack without it because it's this stupid punching thing, and I'm never gonna hit them ever. Why even give them melee attack ones? I don't know, but they did. Okay, Nora's gone. Now we have to juke a lot. Or die. Please attack them. Oi! Oi! I hope I don't have to fight the friggin' boss after this. Oh, I'm dead. This man just like went invincible like a dick. This dickhead. Okay, mission over. Christ. We're gonna have to do that again. That at the end is the sound of despair. Oh no, we do have to do this. Oh great. This era blows. I'm sorry. Shut up. Don't care about your wife. This thing is a shield, which blocks like everything. You have to wear it down by shooting a lot. If I... Oh yeah, and it teleports, right. I remember now. That is very effective. And it has super attacks and stuff, and they hurt, because it fires giant lasers and more missiles than you can shake a stick at. But the emulator does not like it. And this is not even as ridiculous as this game is going to get, I'm afraid. You would teleport. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm about to open my stupid mouth and say something that I will immediately regret, so we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. That's going to kill me. Yep. So she basically sings the Song of Despair, which blows everything up in a giant radius. And unless you have a super that you can pop conveniently. Yes, that is a flying actual military boat, naval vessel. Don't worry about it. And now she's like 7 zillion kilometers away. Oh, and now she's on top. And now she's 7 zillion. Nope, she's on top of him. Have I mentioned how much I hate this fight? Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, mission sucks. Mission is absolutely freaking absolutely terrible. Like you, ugh, whatever. We are going to boost our few stats that we can boost, which is 2 of them. Shit, I don't know. Damn. There's not much else I can do. I may have to resort to using the VF0D. Because I can actually use its super attack to hurt it. But we're going to... Oh, actually, I checked my... combo. Probably just allows you... Doesn't let... Yeah, I'm not gonna... Special forces general damage against bases and capital ships. These are this thing I do not think counts as a capital ship. Don't care about anti-missile. There's really nothing I can use at this point other than what I've got. Oh, actually, there's that damage deflection. That might also be useful. Right? Reflection? Well, what the hell? What the hell, Archie? What the hell? Okay, let's try this again. So the difficulty is, of course, that you have to get through initial waves of enemies, which aren't so bad, and then DD and Nora at the same time, which is bad because they are both jacked up to the nines with, like, a super pack and all the other garbage. And then you have to fight the boss. So the key is if we can't get through DD and Nora without our armor intact, we restart. End of question. End of discussion. Because you can't afford to do anything else. Ikuyo, Foka-san! Shit. Fuck. Okay, they took out my allies' armor, which is slightly less bad, but not by a lot. Like how all those missiles just whizzed around him and did not care. Okay, hard part 1. Gonna get her into yellowish green rock, and then pop. And we actually hit her with that, which is very good. But we now need to boogie on out. Most of those are going to explode long before they get close. And I do want to take one out before I take on the other, because removing the number of enemies would be a smart plan. Oh shit. Oh shit! Okay. So she pops a nuke. We have to quit because we won't be able to beat the mission without the other, which of course eliminates any points I would have gotten. So we're gonna transition to using the VF0D instead, because then we might might be able to beat the mission, but I kind of doubt it. At least that's what I'll be wearing. The partner AI can do whatever. It's going to be basically useless no matter what, unfortunately. The AI is not great. It just is not great. Okay, don't freeze like that. That scares the shit out of me. Don't ever do that again. SP is far too valuable to waste on that trash. What is this man doing here? What are you? What are you? I'll tell you what I am. Freaking dead. Actually, a lot of those hit. So we definitely need to whack Nora early because of that nuke, which is infinitely frustrating. Get her. Die. Shit. No, 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 no. Yes. Eventually she'll get grazed. This guy's dangerous because he can do lots of shoot, but he also doesn't have much more than that, so... he has melee attacks, so if you're too close and he decides to really mess your day up, then he's annoying, but otherwise... Otherwise, not so bad. And if he pops a super like now, which he did not do, he is doing now. That should be a melee attack, and he might get very close to me, but I don't think I have to worry. That probably is enough to kill him. Okay. So because we have the armor, the dingus, the sauce, the super pack, we are pretty much okay. I don't this is, and keep some degree of track of where she is. Okay. It does not like that. It lags on the PSP too during those, but that is particularly bad. Alright, progress and headway. Sarah, it's me. What are you doing? Something like that. I'm not even bothering with the lock-on missiles because they take too long to use. Oh, shit! So unfortunately that means I basically wasted the damage potential of that, but it saved my life. You better run. Those, go ahead, it's fine. Really doesn't like that. Had to do it again. Actually, I should be using that 2 SP thing. I also cannot do that again because I don't have the energy. So that's suboptimal. And that means I'm going to have to scramble when it happens and pray. Where is she? Oh, shit. Ooh. I juked some of it, and I died anyway. So what I'm going to try to do, that actually could have gone, that went fairly well right up until it didn't. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spend those tune points on my guns. Yes, I think that's no, I'll leave that for now, and I will beef up. I think this is going to be, because it does weapon upgrades by slot for the armor, the super pack. So any stat upgrades you put into the corresponding weapon slot is what it's going to upgrade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually remove some stuff from this and bump it into here and here, because that should let me do reasonable cycles between the cluster missile and the rapid fire missiles. I think. I should also be using my gun, but it takes too long. So no. So the first part of that went okay. I'm going to wind up using that beam deflection thing and see if that actually works. Haha. Probably for like 2 seconds, and then I'll be dead. But we'll find out. We're going to make the effort. You can't see that I'm slaughtering them, but I assure you, slaughter is transpiring. Okay, Nora time. Don't know that that is going to do what I need it to do. It did not. I'm slightly miffed, but not surprised. We are going to... Wow, didn't get hit by that. That's very nice. Alright, she's down. He's shooting things. That's fine. That's fine. We are going to, though... plaster him with this. Hit him with the businesses, I say. And wow, that actually hurt him pretty good. I'm going to tell my... No, I can't. I'm going to tell him to shoot him, though. He is meleeing her to death. So that's bad. You can go right ahead. I don't know. I'm not going to burn another super attack on him, though, because I kind of can't afford to. Well, he did. My ally is going to be toast, but that was inevitable. Fortunately, there is another AI-controlled ally for this last part. For what that's worth. Read not a whole hell of a lot. I don't want to be that close to it at all. Oh, I'm glad that's not targeted at me. That yellow gauge on top of it is the shield that it's got, which is really frustrating. If you shot her, okay. No, it's not targeting me. Rad. But she's invincible that entire time, which is kind of frustrating. That was terrific timing. It's not targeting me, it's all okay. Targeting them, that's not ideal. That's what we didn't want to happen. I don't see the explosion animation, and that's really frightening. Because that means I don't know where the explosion is to avoid it. Is not at me. Very good. My ally is dead, though. That is very not good. So they're gonna teleports behind you, nothing personnel kit me. Please pop those, you piece of crap. Hell with you. I'm dead. I couldn't pop the song thing, the buff, so that was a terrible waste of time. Jesus Christ. As you can see, I have very high opinions of this particular mission. Oh, that I don't think will change anything. This isn't gaining additional ammo, which is pointless to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pump stats into this thing. We basically have to keep rapping on this until we beat it, because otherwise I don't think we can choose another era without quitting out of the game and going back in anyway. This mission blows. But it is the last one. And we are done with Macross Zero. Not at all what I wanted to do. Just believe me when I say I am in fact shooting at these guys. Is she really that badly hurt already? That's not good, because she's going to drop a nuke on my head. Somewhere. I can ride this out. Going to maybe attack him today? Use the super, please. Well, they're not doing it, I guess because they don't consider themselves close enough to do it, which is... Okay! Moving right along. Next time it fires one of those biggie beams, I'm going to try very hard to hit the right button combination and not fuck it up again. Like an idiot. But yeah, since it teleports, you can play as this thing too, by the way. I'm not making that up. I should mention that. That sounds great, but it's big and a giant target, and like you can shoot all the missiles, you can do all the things in the world, and you can't see any enemies because they're tiny. Frigadoodle, somebody's dead. My ally, great. Oh, they actually survived? That's insane. I'm happy. Oh, that's on me. Okay, I'm an idiot. Because I wasn't targeting them. I didn't know that that's what they were doing. So, smart. Giga brains, son of a bitch. Whatever, I'm getting points for it, so I'll just spend those. Continue to upgrade. I don't want the VF-0A. Get it off of me, it's gross. That's probably why my weapons aren't improving. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Okay, well, there we go. That should have helped. Wait, no, I do want range. When I heard the charging noise, I probably should have popped the thing, because I get, if I have 6 total, I can do it 3 times as opposed to just the twice. Okay, yes, that did improve my lock-on rate, or lock-on number. Well, that did nothing. That's upsetting. Shut up, DB. Two can play at the super game. He's gonna kill me to death. Oh, God. We lived. Slap him! He had to pop his invulnerability just to survive. That's a good sign. Here we go. Alright, hard part. Inbound. Oh, maybe we'll get lucky and at least clear it. I don't care what grade I get. I just want it gone and done and over with. That's the wrong one. Come on. Better teleport. That breaks target lock, as you've probably noticed. Translation. It's friggin' annoying. Doing 2 supers in a row? Worse. By far. Jesus. I think I'm the last one left already. That didn't take long. It doesn't like that. I didn't want to purge. It doesn't reflect those lasers. Okay, good. Somehow I knew that would be the case, so the only way to avoid that is by doing a super at the appointed time. So that's fucking fantastic. I could try using the armor pack, but I really don't think that's going to work because you can't fly, and you've got to kill a bunch of flying things, including that giant beastie, and it'll just teleport around. By the time you get to it, it'll be like, nah, I'm going to teleport away, peace out. So it's not viable. Now, if I had the prototype monster, I could maybe put some work in. I don't even know how I got clipped or when. I didn't even see it happen. Probably gonna pop her all in a sec if she hasn't yet. Pop ours. That didn't kill her. We're screwed. Great. Of course he'd pop his invincibility like right before she pops her super, so that's typical. One of the other reasons tap firing on the multi-lock missiles is a good idea is, I believe, doing flares is instance-based. So, like, if you do a big, like, 11 to 20 missile lock, and they pop a single flare, all those missiles go to that flare. But if you're tap firing, only, like, a couple of them do. So, there are perks. Tricks of the trade, tricks of the trade. You would. Trust me, the only one more annoyed by all this than you guys is me. I've played through this game like 20 times. I don't know. A lot. This part never fails to make me annoyed. By far the worst part of the game is basically this mission. Like, the rest of the game, even at its stupidest, is less obnoxious than this. Alright, 2 can play. I just wish, like, I could get away with... Because I have, as you can see, I have not done very much damage to this thing. Partly because of the teleporting. Partly because of the shield. Is that aimed at me? Not quite. Please, juke those. Thank you. Oh boy, I don't know what happened there, but I didn't like it. That's targeting my ally. That's wingman, woman, girl, thing. They didn't die, which is nice. Didn't expect that. So the next time they pop a their super, that big death beam, I'm dead. And as you can see, I'm nowhere near killing this thing. Oh, yeah. So that's GG pretty much. I suppose I can try using the thing that's supposed to boost damage against capital ships, but I don't think that works on these. I'm dead. Nothing I could do. Literally nothing. Absolutely not a goddamn thing I can do. And there's really not much I can do in general. Like, even if I max out all the stats on this thing, I'm pretty well boned. I can go back and see if I can get the VF0, but I'm pretty sure that's a reward for this specific mission. It is possible, based on the fact that I've done it. But it also sucks nuts. skill is not worth a goddamn. Command skill is not worth a goddamn. Well, there is this, actually. This is the temporary invulnerability, so if you could press buttons, good. I can use that, since that's cheap. If that may let me survive. That may let me survive. What I can also do is go back and do some of these other missions. Now that I've got actual decent equipment. Let's see if getting in a... Because if I can get the monster, I might be able to just shell the thing from a million miles away. The proto-monster. I might be able to shell it from a million miles away and win. Which would be acceptable as far as I'm concerned.
私の腕前見せてやるさ。敵戦闘機出現。水中から敵の増援だ。戦闘部隊多数後続接近中だ。反統合同盟の機動艦隊を確認。統合同盟の機体だ。
That went well. Not sure it'll be a double S, but it'll be pretty good. I don't think that's going to give me any special unlocks, though. It did not. Not a surprise. Alright. Oh, yeah. That doesn't really help me much. I don't think. I don't think it affects anything about those when they're in the armored mode missiles. I can boost you. Boost you. Any additional I'll probably put into this in terms of accuracy or damage or something. This mission will suck no matter what I do. Full stop. So I'm not going to do it. This one is annoying but more easy. So we'll do that. Pretty much the same as that last one I did. Except no submerged stuff. So mostly we're just not directly locking onto anyone and letting the missiles do their work. As you can see. This is a much longer stream than I had planned, but it's okay because I got time today. Heck with you, my dude. Get blapped. Ah, shit. There we go. And there we go. Easy. Easy game, easy life. And we got a double S out of it, which is worth quite a bit of tune points. Oh, just to double check. I don't think... Yeah, because I already have it unlocked. Yeah, those are the Super Pack and Armor Pack, respectively. So I do not need to be in there. Okay, what do we got? Okay, that's infinite thruster for a while. That might not be bad. We want that. What do we got here? HP hits 30%, something or other happens. Okay. That, I believe, is the Pine Cake. That brings you back to life after dying with 1 HP in a brief period of invincibility. Not actually what we want, because that implies that we'll die. and that 1 HP will somehow save us. Which it honestly might, but we're not going to just, no. It's not, no. Just no. Yeah, the only one left to get better than A rank on is this, and it's not happening. I'm pretty sure the prototype monster and, unless the prototype monster comes from this? Shoot, I hope not. I think it might. Ugh. Bump that up, why not? We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna finish filling out the stats on this. We'll try this once. Oh, I have to level you up. It's just gonna do stats. I don't care about the weapons. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay, we'll try this once. One time.
VF0 Phoenix
I am an idiot. Nice. God damn it. Whatever, this thing's faster. We'll be fine. We won't ever lose the armor. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, Frag. No stress. This mission's just the worst one in the game. Nothing to worry about. Just the worst mission in the game. No problem. This is why I don't have a pilot's license. Okay, so we pick up the dingus. I forget when enemies actually spawn. Stop that. Incidentally, the super pack in this case, normally it's like some modular armor that they attach. In this case, they literally just strapped on a friggin' a friggin' UAV, which happens to be packed with missiles and some other unpleasantness. Okay. Oh, you would. Get out. Kill the Octos. Maybe I'll get lucky and the ally will take it out. It looks like we got lucky and the ally took it out, so we can just fly back, pick up the Aphos, and then Gerwalk our way back. Which sucks a hell of a lot less. I should have saved some of that thruster for... No. Yes, okay, we're good. Stop. No. 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 Yes. Okay. Fortunately, our SP gauge is going up substantially better now, which is good. Means we can start using things proactively as opposed to defensively, but not for a while yet. facing that way. We want to be facing that way. Ideally, we don't want to be touching the wall because that'll slow us down a little. So, to anybody tuning in, this is Macross Ultimate Frontier, the second of ArtDink's Macross titles on the PSP, number 2 out of 3. The third one, you will not catch me playing. I did not like Triangle Frontier. I just didn't like the way it was arranged. The actual gameplay is top-notch. It's fantastic. It's better than this, if anything. It's smooth, it's responsive, you've got lots of great stuff, but the problem is the actual leveling up of things and actually enjoying yourself. It's not as just pick up and play. You have to like go through. Very nice. Very, very nice. Give me things. Nope. Okay. Nothing unlocked from that. So that was a waste of time. Other than the points that I got, which is fine, I guess. Okay, that's about as good as we're going to get it. I am going to switch back against all desire to the VF0D in case I wind up getting thwacked. It's not ideal, but here we are. And we're going to hope that we can get this right. Oh, let me just double check. Yeah, okay. Only costs 1 SP to get that momentary invulnerability, so I'm going to hope that that's actually enough. I am not especially confident. Oh, let me try something. No, that's not nearly long enough. Okay, so unless I can chain use it, like... Actually, I can. Okay, so we're going to quit out, restart, because I need to have SP gauge in order to do things. Okay. Okay. We're good. We've got this. My brightly colored Harlequin clown car. I don't actually remember what Horobi no Uta means. It's something like Song of Despair. Probably. Gonna let her get close, then hit her with the cluster missiles, like so. Actually hurt. Good. She's gonna recover and then probably pop. Yeah, I'm just gonna hedge my bets. Oh, of course he's popping his super too, which is less than ideal. Stab it. Stab it. Okay, well, that's fine. Oh, now she pops her super, because of course. Okay. Here we go. Ow. You better run. Don't do that. Tired. Fire missiles, maybe? Thanks. I'm gonna tell my ally to super attack that. Anytime. Oh shit! Oh, you fiend! No, 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 no. She is almost dead, too. Come on. There. That's right. Oh, boy. So I'm in a bit of trouble. Because again, I can protect myself from a bit of the, don't freeze, bit of the damage. Please use the things. God damn it, lag. Is that aimed at me? Kind of. Die. Yes! That could have gone a lot better, but it also could have gone a lot worse. I don't care what grade I got. I really don't. We're done. Oh, of course it's an A. This is fine. Yeah, I thought I made new save data, but okay. Oh, that's replay data. Ick. I don't want that. So that's the thing. We blew it up. Okay, thank you. Alright, moving along, we'd come to Super Dimension Fortress Macross. That's us getting new things. That's us getting 2,000 somethings. I don't know what. That's the Phoenix. That's the Type 29. That's that thing. That's the prototype monster. That's a mission. That's a Thingus. That's more stuff. I think those are missions.
西暦1999年7月西暦2000年
Back in the day.
戦乱は長期化
Alright, let's, real quick. This is the only thing worth using in this entire time period, sadly. It's got better everything, better stats. The only thing it lacks is one of the big boom boom missiles, but that's made up for by the other stuff. This thing is woefully impractical, but entertaining to use. But okay, mission. There we go. What did they give us? They give us the VF1D and the, which you may recognize as the Rifleman from BattleTech, because it's literally the mech design. That is the Rifleman from BattleTech. That is what they took from. This thing's fairly good. It's got like beam shooters, so it plinks away at stuff. It can summon friends. It's decent. I love the Destroids, but they're not especially practical until you get the not command skill, but there's a non-command skill. That allows you to fly in them. It's called like Flying Circus or something, or Destroid Circus. What are you? It's one of the passives. Yeah, Flying Circus. All mecha can fly, even those that normally cannot. Press up on the analog stick to enter flying mode. I don't have that because that's not for a while, but that makes all of the Destroids practical, to some extent or another. What are you? Road 2, number 3, Demon Instructor. Your partner will gain twice the skill points for completing the mission that they normally would get. Okay. Well, we're not going to bother with that. Again, none of these are super thrilling until the Flying Circus makes Destroids practical. There's something else that makes Destroids practical, but I don't remember what it is. That it's like a passive boost to Destroids. Yeah, it's like row 3. At the end of row 3, it increases your Destroid stats. They just get better, bigger, better. Work it harder, make it better, etc. But I am going to have to call it for today, because I've done this for just about 4 hours, and change, I think. And I do have to run. Thanks for tuning in. If you liked it, hit me a line. Tell me if you liked it. If you don't like it, hit me a line. Tell me what you didn't like. I didn't like the lag. I hated that final mission. I hated that I had to keep doing it. over and over and over just to beat this stupid thing. This is not the only stream I do throughout the week. I do these every week, or I try anyway. I have a Mecha. This is a Mecha Monday stream where I do something giant robot related or Mecha adjacent. I have a Warframe Wednesday stream where I do something Warframey for a couple hours, when I can fit it in. And then on Saturdays is Storytime Saturday, and I read short stories or indeed entire novels. Right now we're about halfway through Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. So if you like the idea of a revolutionary coup, or a successful revolutionary coup in harsh conditions, from against Earth as the moon, highly recommend tuning in on that. All right, thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. I'm Fragath. Have a nice day, stay safe, and enjoy life. That's the most important thing. All right. Thanks again, and have a great day. Bye.